YouTube, boa tarde. Twitch, quem estiver online. Mais um dia, né? De Disco Elysium. Vamos lá, vamos lá, vamos lá. Então, eu vi o vídeo de ontem, não tava dando lag não. Graças a Deus, boa tarde, Edu. Graças a Deus não estava dando lag. Era só o meu negócio aqui que tava dando lag. Nossa, eu fiquei tenso, fiquei pensando assim, caralho, foi o vídeo todo dos caras. Os caras não me falaram que tava com lag, velho. Não, mas não tava com lag, graças a Deus. Boa tarde, Gabi. Continuar, né? Vamos lá, muita coisa pra fazer. Acabamos de cantar, né? Acabamos de cantar, conversamos aqui.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is.
Sim.
I know you're skeptical.
Sabia que Gary estava escondendo a armadura?
I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
I don't know what got into him, officer.
Tá bom. Já cantamos. A gente tem que conversar isso aqui, mas tá meio tarde, né? Fui deixar para outro dia. A gente consegue pegar o dado? Eu acho que 9 horas da noite a galera já para de fazer as coisas, né? Que isso? Que som é esse? É a minha caixa de som que eu tô carregando? Caralho, eu nunca tinha visto isso. Era a caixa de som. Que loucura, tudo jóia, tudo jóia. Ela tá aqui ainda, velho. Então fica andando. Eu vou ter que buscar meu dado.
That will be 7 real for one custom die. One universal die for Wirral Untethered.
Olhe pra ele.
Feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand.
Eu quero
sends a
outro
jolt
dado.
of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone hewn from an alligator's jaw.
Eu quero
I'm
outro dado.
sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
Ah,
I'm
só pode
sorry.
um, entendi. Tudo bem, tudo bem, tudo bem. Achei que ia dar pra comprar todos os dados, mas tudo bem. É só um dado por cliente. Tirando o primeiro que a gente ganhou de graça, né? Então tudo bem, tudo bem. Tá legal. Fica essa dica aí pras pessoas, né? Do futuro. Tudo jóia, Gabi. Você, como é que você tá? Tem coisa ali ainda? Tem não, né?
A few bricks have fallen off.
Não. E bora conversar com o Kuno pra ver esse negócio dos criptologistas, é? Isso mesmo, a música tocando, velho. Que foda.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Você não saberia nada sobre gafanhotos que sumiram?
Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Oh, meu Deus do céu. Kuno roubou a porra dos gafanhotos mesmo, né?
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
Lame prison.
She sounds like she's about to cry out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound
Ó, calma aí, ninguém é ridículo aqui. Só me diz o que aconteceu.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Precisa jogar pra inscriptormente em algum momento. Tem que jogar,
Kuno's
porra.
not gonna say anything
A gente vai
about
rejogar,
his
tem que rejogar
loyalty.
eles aqui, né?
lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City, aka the City of Rage?
Kuno, isso é sobre a Cidade Raivosa?
God, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna...
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno.
Kuno doesn't.
Kuno, você guardou a porra dos... Então, os negócios no negócio dele deve estar, né? Cheio de gafanhotos aqui.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case
Obrigado, Kim. Obrigado, Kim.
of the locusts, or the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Sim, exatamente o que eu estava pensando.
Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
Você acha que o Phasmid Sulidiano está por
If
perto?
anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. Phasmid did not take the bait from the traps.
Tem que jogar,
Just
Gabi,
to know,
porra.
The Phasmid doesn't exist.
É...
But what do I know? I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things.
Eu diria que é o disco Elysium do... Disco Elysium do século passado, né? Veja só, Kuno.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't
Eu
give
sei que
a
você
fuck
pegou os
about
gafanhotos das
it.
armadilhas que os criptologistas armaram.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't the Phasmid. A wave of disappointment.
Eu realmente esperava que
washes
fosse o Phasmid de Juncal que tivesse comido os gafanhotos, não você, Kuno.
Yeah, well, Kuno's all you got, bitch.
Você disse que está pouco se fudendo pra insetos, então vai e constrói uma cidade pra
It's
insetos?
not Bugtown. It's the city
Você vai
of
adorar, pô.
locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
Então aquela lá dentro é a cidade noturna.
Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Cidade da Raiva soa como um lugar maneiro.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're...
An artist. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno.
Espera aí, eu te ouvi direito. Você disse eu.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig. I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
Cara,
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
produzir arte é uma boa pedida. Eu tenho algo de artista em mim.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him,
Essa
Kuno.
Kuno S precisa de ajuda pesado, velho.
Fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
Isso depende das coisas que você fizer, jovenzinho.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. You've got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
Eu preciso que você pare de pegar os gafanhotos das armadilhas. Os criptozoologistas estão tentando encontrar algo muito importante. Esses gafanhotos são isca.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. She was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
Eu tenho que perguntar, o que a cidade... Véi, o Ki na nossa frente aqui tá foda. Eu tenho que perguntar, o que a cidade dos gafanhotos
It
significa?
don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit, build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
O que vai acontecer com os gafanhotos?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Que isso, certo, agora tá
The
bom.
fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Opa, não é de sua conta, o Phasmid Solidiano.
He recognizes the name.
Espere, você sabe o que é o Phasmid Solidiano, é?
Just think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Será que você tem alguma coisa pra dizer agora, Kunoes?
Kuno, the pig's getting... Looks like it's time for me to go. I'm going away for...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Criança, confabule comigo.
Murder was the case they gave me.
Não, não tem nada demais não. Eu vou tirar essa música. Mas é foda que existe essa possibilidade, né? Tem que dormir, né, Kim? Opa, não. A gente tem que encontrar com o cara lá da casa, né? Maresia carrega mais sal do que carne. Não podre. Não fresca, grelhada.
Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see here.
Conceitualização 17. Segura aí. Conceitualização. Ah, já ganhou esse aqui, né? Que é o gravado de literatura de 8 horas. Caralho. Foda. Tira essa gravata nojenta do meu pescoço. Isso aqui é rosa, vem pra cá, né? Amarelo, vem pra cá. Botinha. Beleza, tudo organizado. Beleza, vamos lá, tentar esse teste.
Just an ordinary war.
42%. Bora. 1, 2, 3 e...
Because
Passamos,
you
porra.
see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Deixe o prazer conceitual fluir para suas pupilas e florescerem reflexões do seu
All
cérebro.
the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of war.
É uma parede muito bonita.
Color peeled from the very
Grande.
face of God.
Mas...
Oh, wall father.
Oh, Allfather. Kim, eu tenho que pintar essa parede. Adicionar ainda mais beleza a ela.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Primeiro, eu sei que você está cansado, Kim. Mas dê outra olhada para essa parede. Extraia vigor da beleza dela.
Sure.
Eu já tenho a tinta. Só preciso pegar uma trincha com a Cindy Skull. Ele já tá cansadaço mesmo, né, velho?
Trying to sneak up.
Nada, né? Tudo bem, tudo bem. No quarto do cara. Sobre o tráfego distante, à noite está chegando à cidade. Luminosidade marrom e poluição sobe no leste.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Cara, a gente tem muito ponto. Tem que começar a fazer os testes aí pra passar, velho.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Nós pegamos sua deixa, achamos a chave bem debaixo da pedra.
So tell me, Are you here to make things right again?
Como assim? É isso que eu estou querendo, sim.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Aliás, estou curtindo a visita aqui.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait.
É.
Suddenly you are digging things?
Qual é que é o problema, Kim? Hoje é sexta-feira? Parece ser sexta-feira.
It does feel like the end of the week. It's so magical. The white falling against the black.
Por que eu iria querer conhecer seu amigo?
Trust me. You do.
Muito bem, eu vou falar com ele, mas primeiro eu tenho que falar com você. Eu tenho
That's nice,
tantas
but
perguntas.
I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
Quem que é esse
He
amigo?
takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
That's it.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Correr pra
To the
onde?
city. It's a beautiful night.
Só se você me prometer que nos falaremos de novo. É importante.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Beleza.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Caralho, a gente tá nadando em experiência mesmo, velho. Então, assim, o Min-Max é total pegar o diploma de arte e o centro Ompty-Dompty. Que você começa a voar, velho. Dá pra... Caralho. Você pegar cedo no jogo, caralho, você pode fazer tudo. Tipo, upar tudo, né? É, ele está sempre indo embora. Por que ele está sempre indo embora aqui?
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
Tem algo tão diferente nele que não consigo explicar.
Different, of course.
Camisa dele. Por que a camisa dele está sempre desabotoada?
His shirt.
Camisa dele.
His shirt.
Camisa
His
dele.
shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
Obrigado, Kim.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in love.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Sunday Friend. Muita coisa pra clicar aqui, hein? Uma revista de negócio mensal. Cinzeiro vazio. Doce de molhos na panela. Assuntos governamentais me fazem ele todo rebaixar, como pode ver. Panfletos para ofertas secretas. Deixa eu pegar a minha lanterna, certo? Investigar isso aqui. Dá uma licencinha. Uma roupa de seda da festa do dragão. Perfume masculino caro. Fica no... Uma velha foto do mesmo apartamento datado em 01, caralho. Punhado de tinta e uma camada de jornais velhos. Uma cama com dossel requitada feita de metal. E um chapéu. Caralho. Vamos liberar mais um espaço pra organizar ainda mais esse inventário. Então o segredo é você tira tudo e libera mais um, tá vendo? Olha que coisa maravilhosa. Tá bom, amarelo aqui, amarelo. 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 Isso aqui a gente vai usar. Amarelo. 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 Isso que a gente tá usando. Acho que isso que a gente tá usando também, né? Que ele tava usando, mas a gente não precisa. Rosa. Rosa e roxo. Rosa, rosa, rosa. Deixa eu pôr esse aqui para tirar, sair do meu caminho. Rosa. Rosa também. Esse é muito bom, velho. Esse aqui é azul. Rosa, rosa. A gente pode usar esse aqui. Rosa e... vou deixar aqui no rosa. Tem mais espaço. Esse aqui é azul. Azul, 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 azul. Roxo. Roxo. Roxo e azul. Roxo. 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 Acho que é esse esquisito, né? Cinza. Roxo. Roxo. O que nós vamos usar? Azul, 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 azul. Tudo azul. Pode deixar de passar nenhum teste de enciclopédia. Nem de conceitualização, né? Ó, esse aqui é mais conceitualização, mas esse aqui dá muito bônus de coisas, né, que a gente não tem. Tem alguma coisa que faltou? Não, já tá com tudo. Seguinte, amigo, vamos lá. Lanterna na sua cara. Amigo de domingo.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin.
Charles
and I'm an
Vildrouin.
official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur la Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Final things. Antes de continuarmos, eu absolutamente tenho que perguntar sobre esse maravilhoso dossel.
Oh, yes. My friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Você de fato testemunhou o lixamento?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Caralho, esse é o avanço que estávamos procurando.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
É porque você participou, senhor Vildrouin?
Because I did it?
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder.
Não me engane, escritório. Você fez isso, não fez? Não, peço desculpa, me expressei mal. Quer dizer, o que você viu?
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Quem eram eles? Pode escrevê-los?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanity.
E é curioso que esse cara, tudo tem Martinez, né? Tem vários nomes em francês, né? E esse cara é o primeiro cara que você conhece, se eu não me engano é o primeiro, que tem um sotaque francês mesmo, né? E ele é da coalizão, do governo de coalizão. Ele é um dos caras que controla a porra do negócio, né? Quem eram eles? Pode escrever? Eram quantos deles?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Algum deles era enorme, tipo 200 quilos?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human.
Algum deles parecia ser baterista?
Drummers? Why? No. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
O que aconteceu
I was
depois?
back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Eram homens, mulheres?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
Você tem certeza que pelo menos um deles não era uma mulher?
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
Véi, você não adicionou porra nenhuma, né? A qual etnia eles
I believe they were
pertenciam?
mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
Ei, gato! Ei! Gato! Farofa! Pipoca! Farofa! Isso. Os gatos começaram a brigar ali, foi mal. O que aconteceu depois?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
O que você quer dizer com nada aconteceu? Eles lincharam o cara.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Por que você não ligou pra RCM?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
Então me deixa entender, você não testemunhou do chamamento de fato, testemunhou?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for.
Ah, acho que não.
I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Villedroit.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
Que oficial como você faz em
The
Martinez?
coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Tudo bem, mas o que você está fazendo aqui nesse apartamento?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Então você é algum tipo de burocrata?
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé
Sur-la-Clé.
working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
O que é essa comunidade internacional?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In
Desculpa,
other
gente, eu
words,
tossi
the
na
nations
cara do
that
microfone.
stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Minha garganta ainda tá ruim. O que é estabilité do
It
preço?
is the most important thing.
Isso não me diz
It's
nada.
the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Abaixo de 2% de quê?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
Você não está respondendo as
The
perguntas.
coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Tudo bem, claro, me dê um
A
folheto.
sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
Já ouvi sobre moral interna antes, mas quero saber
It's
mais.
the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Então, quando eu disse que era um arcaio do capital, o que eu deveria ter dito é que sou uma putinha do moral interno. Ah. Então, na verdade, estamos trabalhando para moral interno. Isso não parece tão ruim. Sou uma putinha do moral
Doing
interno.
one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Sim. Vira esse de volta ao Thomas. Você é um moralista?
But of course.
Mas por quê?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Vira pra quem entende? Você é um moralista?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He quickly recomposes himself.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law.
Ele já comentou que ele já foi moralista, né?
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Mas o que é um mundo normal e estável?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, sur la clé.
Martinez não parece muito normal e estável pra mim.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
E quanto ao resto de Revachol? É parte do mundo normal?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Democracia é uma farsa sem sentido enquanto a classe trabalhadora estiver embaixo do calcanhar do capital, sim.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
Ah, my friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work.
Nós apenas não tentamos comunismo de verdade ainda.
Ah, yes, the unattainable ideal. Never settle for less. Good luck with that, my friend.
It's not like you're going to gather any forces soon, with all that thinking. And he knows it.
Now, enough of this delightful political interlude.
Me fala sobre
What's there
Surlaclef.
to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Darlings? That can't be an official designation.
O que faz de Revachol queridinha de Surlaclef?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Me fala sobre Oranje.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
Qual deles é mais EPIS?
As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur-la-Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions.
Bicho, deve ser muito bom ter nascido num país super desenvolvido, velho. País desenvolvido, que não tem muita pobreza, deve ser bom demais, não? Mas talvez só seja bom porque a gente conhece, né? O outro lado da moeda. Certo, mas além da EPIS, o que é Oranje?
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But that didn't tell you anything about
Véi, ele escapa de... Você não pode só falar com uma pessoa normal
About what?
sobre Oranje. Só me fala como é lá.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Chega de negócio.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Você pode me falar sobre seu amigo?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
O que é Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
O que você quer dizer?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
O que é esse negócio da EPIS que você tanto fala?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
É o... Como é que fala? Como se fosse União Europeia,
It
assim, né?
was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the moral intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Tudo bem, mas o que isso significa?
Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the moral intern as a whole.
Não, o que as letras significam?
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited.
Você nem escuta as palavras que eu estou dizendo,
A
escuta.
supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
Vai ser como esse lugar
You
aqui?
mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent.
Ainda vai ter, né? Revachol será uma parte da
It's
IPAS?
one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Except that candidate members never become
Sim.
full members.
Você não disse que candidatos a membros nunca se tornam membros de verdade?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
É muito bom, é bem escrito até esse lado, né, da política, assim, do mundo, não? Capital também, né? Como vocês dois chegaram a se tornar amigos?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
O que você está falando? Ninguém se torna amigo assim?
Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
E a gente agora, né? E você ainda não me disse quem ele é.
Sorry, who?
Seu amigo, fumando dessa cara, nós estamos falando sobre ele
But I
ainda agora.
told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future.
Está bem, mas qual é o verdadeiro nome
Officer,
dele?
you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
Então tudo que você pode me dizer sobre ele é que ele está aqui para estudar as
He's
artes.
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Quais
He's a
artes?
truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
O que você está fazendo sozinho no apartamento dele?
I'm just enjoying the view.
Que vista, está escuro lá fora.
Listen.
A baby is crying in the neighboring
O
apartment.
bebê de alguém está chorando.
Oh, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
O que tem
This
isso?
place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
Eu estava perguntando sobre seu
My
amigo.
friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee. What an odd choice of words.
Esquisito demais essa amizade deles, né? Vamos combinar.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Espera, por que não poderíamos falar
It's
depois?
against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time.
Tá bom, obrigado pelo aviso, meu trabalho aqui
Of
está
course.
feito.
I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for. Good luck with the investigation.
Inútil esse papo aqui, né? Mas beleza. Esse é o quarto da moça, né? Da senhora. Será que a Cindy está ali? A senhora tá aí.
Give me a moment.
Ela tá aqui, de facto.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Cindy, eu vou precisar da sua trincha.
What for?
O apocalipse tá chegando, eu preciso avisar as pessoas. Pra arte. É pra arte, valeu?
Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about?
Pra ser honesto, eu ainda não pensei em nada. Mas tenho certeza que vou.
Then you have time to find your own fucking brush.
Você vai ver, vocês todos vão estremecer. Esmagar os sonhos de um homem desse jeito. Espero que você esteja feliz.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really.
Difícil esse teste, hein? Vermelho? Caralho. Se é vermelho, é só uma vez o teste. Nó, mas é difícil demais teste, velho. Conceitualização, é? Não, mas só tem mais um de conceito. Vai ser foda. Eu prefiro deixar pra lá. Depois a gente tenta esse teste. Tá bom, o que mais que a gente tem que fazer? E dormir, né? Ah, tá. Cartão de biblioteca dobrado.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Olha dentro.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre.
Sci-fi genre.
Some thrillers too.
Olha a parte de trás.
If lost, please return the card to the library.
Ai.
Dial 005
De 9 a 18. Tudo bem.
55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Beleza, Qual que é o trem? Embalagem de Gomes Gascar, livro de Dick Mullin. O nosso... Cadê o nosso negócio? Ah, aqui, ó. A gente precisa do Quem, né? Vocês estão no clipe. Close nesse pelo alumínio.
Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
Gente, isso é uma das marcas d'água holográfica que você mencionou?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interessante, que tipo de informação?
Depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
O que devo fazer para conseguir ler?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Como, por exemplo?
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Isso é tudo, obrigado.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Cheiro fechado.
The acidic stench of rotting food has rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat. The stuff of death itself.
Nossa.
And then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls. Probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
Eu sei. O Silvio já me disse que eu coloquei ele no vaso.
If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it?
A opção de cheirar estava lá, então tive a opção de clicar, né?
So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal.
Você tá com raiva de mim, nariz?
Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose now.
Folhei as páginas brancas.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Que tem ideia do que elas falam?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases, undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Nossa.
What do you mean? Is that all?
Dois? É isso?
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
2 casos por semana é uma boa carga de trabalho, tenente?
2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 casos por semana parece ter sido minha carga, tenente. No entanto, não tenho certeza se os resolvi.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
Tenho certeza que cometi muitos erros.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them.
Eita.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers.
Havia menção a uma convenção de nomenclaturas aqui.
It appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Caraca, e eles ainda por cima estão escritos em letras maiúsculas?
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
Mas?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features...
Ser detetive deve ser tenso demais, tá louco.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kim, meus casos parecem pregar algum tipo de convenção de nomenclatura.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time
Não.
of arrival at the scene?
Eu quis dizer um anão numérico com
Oh, you
títulos.
mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I.
Ah, que
In
bom.
our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Por que isso?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Eu pareço ter nominado um caso com os homicídios da praça com marca de bala.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real
E
person.
boa
His
tarde,
death was real.
Botafakovski, boa
Still, I
tarde.
named it that, to amuse myself.
Um homem com buraco na
I
cabeça.
pray his loved ones never find out.
O que aconteceu com ele?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Conte as partes, eu tenho que abrir um caso oficial. Existe espaço?
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
Registro por escrito.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But
Quem, você tem uma caneta?
the lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Ixi, posso ficar com uma?
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
Resentment. Com essa beleza, comprometer-se com papel.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand, uncannily similar.
Ele é muito
to the rest of the
organizadinho aqui, né,
letters.
velho?
The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Sim, risca aquelas que você já
A
terminou.
satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry. And it feels good.
Feels good.
Feels like completion. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Tenente, por acaso você batizou esse nosso
No,
caso?
actually. Any ideas?
As fúrias estão em casa no espelho. O pôr do sol. Merda no espeto. O enforcado. Bom demais? Bom demais, pô. O enforcado, né?
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Só que tecnicamente ele não foi enforcado, né? Mas ele estava enforcado. Eu terminei de inspecionar esse.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Olhe para a prancheta.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
Qual era a cor mesmo?
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Chacoalha o fichário.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside? Light, made of paper or cardboard? Or dried flowers, perhaps?
Tente olhar
The
dentro.
plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's something there. A rectangular shape, like one of those postcards that Annette told you about.
Como eu abriria?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Folhei as páginas amarelas.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
Que tipo de formulários existem?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Autópsia de
A
campo.
dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You
Beleza.
monitor
Multa por má
penalization
conduta.
ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague.
Convocação à delegacia.
These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Chega disso.
Yes, All that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board
Tá bom,
and the
pera aí.
rest of the paperwork must have
Pera aí, segura aí. Vamos ligar esse farol aqui, Kim, rapidaço.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Kim, como faço ligar os faróis?
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start.
He's down playing his... The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps. And the engine of
que
the
som.
police canary comes to life like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Pressione o botão rotulado
The
faróis.
lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, a shimmering iridescent pattern appears. One you've definitely seen before.
There she is. Revachol West.
Uma nota de orgulho na voz do tenente.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Olhe para a planta ortogonal
The
cintilante.
rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Espere. Olha
You
isso aí.
catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night.
Onde estamos nisso?
Let me see. Right here.
Diz, com seu dedo indicador próximo ao topo do mapa. Em um segmento de costa se projetando para o grande oceano. Parece legal.
No, it does not.
Olhe para as
There are
perfurações.
many of them,
Um buraco de merda,
divided
exatamente.
into three separate rows.
Conte as diferentes
The
fileiras.
first row has 18 dots.
Nada mal.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
E a próxima?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Conte-os
There are
individualmente.
so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
E a última fileira?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3? Só isso?
That's it.
Ei, Kim, o que todos esses buracos significam?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Ai. Andei pela terra dizendo a prostitutas e mentirosos que o fim estava por vir. Faltam 1855 dias. Provavelmente algum trabalho chato de escritório. Eu sinto que simplesmente saí por aí pedindo desculpa o tempo todo. Não. Ficava beiro como eu... Espera, eu tenho feito isso por 18
That's what it
anos.
says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Ah, provavelmente... Você acha de verdade que eu faço ideia?
Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200.
Caralho, isso é muito?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Então você está dizendo que eu costumava ser um super tira?
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Então eu sou assassino.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather...
É de boa, né?
tame. I mean that in a good way.
Sim, porque Jamrock é tenso pra caralho, velho.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Sim. Você já matou alguém, Kim?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Como você lida com peso?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Como corrida tip-top?
Par exemple,
Talvez eu deva encontrar um hobby.
why not take up a sport? You've already got that fan gear.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Talvez eu devesse derramar uma pelos rapazes caídos.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
Derrame uma no chão, cerimonialmente.
A dark pool of cheap Pilsner appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema.
Sinto muito por ter te matado. O crepúsculo vem pra todos, mas veio pra você primeiro. Vou arrumar isso com o poder do rock and roll. Um brinde a você, morto honrado. O crepúsculo vem pra todos, mas veio pra você primeiro.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Beleza, é hora de dar tchau, né?
Yes?
Ó, o arauto do 8º selo. Caralho, peguei um ativo que eu não tinha antes. Tá bom, vamos tentar esses testes aqui. Império interior e lógica. Lógica... Aqui. Império interior... Aqui. Tá bom, primeiro é lógica, né? Vamos colocar um item de lógica aqui. Lógica. Esse aqui dá mais 2 de lógica, né? Uhum.
Yes?
92%. Piadas suicidas da Sylvie. Roy me ensinou suicídio. Por que o 41º me enviou?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Sim, isso faz mais sentido do que as coisas que eu pensei.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, se meu destino me mandou nessa porque eu sou fudido, tipo de sacanagem.
I've considered it.
Então é verdade.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Por quê?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Então eu acho que é tipo assim, sinceramente é como se fosse... A teoria que eu tenho é que tipo é a última chance, é a sua última chance, né? A última chance do Harry. Ah, então você é o melhor deles mesmo.
I am the finest of nothing.
Você realmente me vê como uma aposta segura?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go.
Tá bom. Agora é Império, né? Império interior. Império interior também, mas esse aqui dá mais, né? Mais uma devolução também. Só isso. Ou tem alguma coisa que tira? Não.
Yes?
42%. Convença quem que há uma reviravolta misteriosa, sombria e sexual no caso. Não passei.
Some banal things strike you, one you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back.
Tá bom, vamos tentar mais uma vez. A gente tem muito ponto. Mas assim, véi, tem muito ponto aqui já, né? Tem como subir mais um? Tem como.
Yes?
Vou ver se quem que quer uma reviravolta misteriosa, sombria e sexual no caso.
Only
Não
for
passei
now,
de
when you
novo,
should be
velho. Inacreditável.
ashamed.
Tá bom, não vou upar mais não. Eu nem sei se tem como. Tem como upar mais uma. Mas eu não, eu vou guardar esses pontos. Eu vou upar de mais uma, foda-se.
Yes?
72%.
What if
Isso.
you did it?
Eu? O quê? O cara enforcado?
Yes, you killed him. And then, as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. Forgetting was merely a matter of convenience. Very clever. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing.
Véi.
You can't even bring yourself to acknowledge it. Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
Kim, eu acho que talvez eu seja o assassino. Eu matei o homem e depois enganei-me mesmo pra esquecer.
And what has led you to this conclusion?
Meu peito está vazio, como se eu tivesse feito algo terrível.
That is a common side effect of overindulgence. It will pass. Besides, I doubt you could have taken down a hardened mercenary single-handedly.
See? You're clearly not a man in your prime anymore.
Don't take it personally. It's just that security guards kept on by large corporations tend to be better trained and better armed than officers of the RCM.
Então você está me dizendo que eu não matei, mas que no final das contas era eu correndo pela cidade no meu veículo
The
automotor.
victim wasn't run over by a drunk driver. So, while I can't condone your driving
E a gente chegou
habits,
depois, né?
the cases
Também.
remain unrelated. Look, it's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime.
Esse velho,
until the
testezinho zoeiro, já
perpetrator
gastou
is
3 pontos,
identified
velho.
and apprehended. Especially when the investigation is dragging. So, let's get back to it, shall we? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? There's no 3 days ago. During that time. Okay then. Good. What about me?
Kim, você está vestindo uma jaqueta da Brigada Aérea Revolucionária, não está?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
E essas parecem calças de aviador. São boas para armazenar ferramentas.
Where is this going?
Sabe, Kim, eu tenho esse lugar na minha cabeça onde desenvolvo novas ideias e conexões.
Interesting. I think it's called the brain.
It's no mere brain.
Não, é mais que isso, enfim. Não, pessoas normais não têm isso. É como um laboratório mental, uma divisão espiritual de P e D. Não, um palete, não melhor ainda, o ateliê conceitual de um pintor.
Okay. Art Cup.
Certo mesmo, nesse ateliê percebi que você abriga algum tipo de sentimento em relação às brigadas aéreas revolucionárias.
I do not harbor a sentiment for revolutionary air brigades in particular.
Apenas brigadas aéreas, então?
Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic
Ai.
pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Você entendeu o que, Botafogovski? Você tem certeza que é revolucionário não tem nada a ver com isso?
Absolutely nothing.
Obrigado, minha mente está satisfeita.
Good.
Me conta o segredo seu.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. The eyebrow is exercised. It's like you're locked down.
Não, nada que eu possa fazer.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to.
Tá bom. É isso, né? Vamos. Agora a gente pode. A gente deve ter liberado alguns testes aí, né? Janela da cafeteria. Prateleira de bugigangas. Onde que é essa prateleira de bugigangas, velho? Parede de mapa. Onde que é isso também? Cronometrista. Porta protegida. É aonde? Liliane é pescadora. Fichário danificado. Fichário danificado, sim. Curti um pouquinho o passeio, né? Amanhã teremos uma aventura e tanto, viu? Ela ainda tá ali.
seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
Destranca a porta da choupana com a chave.
I'll be sleeping in my room in the whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Beleza. Sozinho. Você vê as ondas, o mar, a igreja. Velhas revistas de ficção científica, livros sobre avistamento, as aves, o almanac de 39. Tricado motor térmico, zumbi tranquilamente, provendo um calor agradável. Piso do chão, arranja sobre seus passos. Uma jaqueta foda de lógica.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Queria muito, velho. Mais 2. Não tem mais vapor. Mais um Joyce que eu tô sobre a nova.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror.
Barbear-se.
razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Barbear-se é a decisão correta?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Sim, coordenação motora, né? Vamos ver. Tem nada que aumente a coordenação motora não, pô. O cara vai se cortar, obviamente, né? Boa tarde, Caio. Boa tarde. Vamos lá, 42. Seja o que Deus quiser. Não passei.
Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
Deixa eu lá por
Thank
enquanto.
God, I would have cut your throat. The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. At least, not accidentally.
Tá bom, coordenação motora, bora. É, seria muito bom de fazer isso aí. E é bom pra essa porra aqui também.
On the table, you see a bowl of
58%,
water,
bora.
a rough soap, and next to it, like an
Passei.
artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin.
Caralho, que cara
producing
horrível,
a
velho.
scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it, chilly.
É, mas é um novo começo, né? Vamos lá. Sinta suas bochechas
They
recém-barbeadas.
feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
É, não, olhando bem, quando você olha mais alguns segundos pra ele, ele não é um cara feio, não, velho. Boa tarde, Eric. Boa tarde. Barbear-se foi a
The
decisão
water
correta?
reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe.
Sorrisão continua.
You almost look like a professional.
Então, talvez agora seja mais fácil esse
No
teste.
mirror hangs on the wall. You see
Sim.
your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face.
Tá bom, é eletroquímica, né? Vamos tentar. Tem muita coisa de eletroquímica aqui que eu tô ligado. Mais um de eletroquímica. 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 Mais 4 de eletroquímica. Que roupa horrorosa, mas beleza. É a nossa maior
No mirror
chance.
hangs on the wall.
8%, uff.
The expression fixed to your
Ai,
clean-shaven
vamos lá, né?
You're still not accustomed to it. It's like
Passei!
something snaps in you. A nerve ending.
Porra!
A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long.
8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%. 8%.
Just like that, it's over. The
Nossa,
running gag
mas ficou uma
of
cara
life
muito
becomes
triste, né,
a
velho?
sad old man looks back at you.
Ficou muito, muito, muito triste mesmo a cara dele, né, velho? Tentar o outro aqui. Caralho, o cara tá triste real, né? É foda. Essa expressão é mais triste que a outra. Olhando, pensando na outra agora, essa parece ser... Né? É foda. Tá bom, é... Too old for this shit. Tá bom, é... Agora qual que é o outro?
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Enciclopédia, né? Só pra marcar qual que é a roupa que a gente tá usando mesmo. Usando o ciclo termodinâmico de consideração por expansão, legal.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is.
Procure no fundo da sua mente
Police officer.
para a voz tá até diferente, né? Procure no fundo da sua mente para localizar a fonte da expressão. Não, passei.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place.
Tá bom, Vamos só ver se a Liliane tá ali pra gente conversar com ela. Tá, né? Sugestão. Sugestão é... roxo.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
3% é complicado, né? Ela precisa ir em encontro com outro bêbado urgentemente. Não.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Véi, eu quero estar perto de você e não há outros caminhos para intimidade. Encontro bêbado. Bata na garganta. Tudo que precisamos é de bebida. O resto virá depois.
Funny sailor jokes. Sorry if I'm not laughing out loud, but the comedy has worn thin over the years.
Great. Now you reminded her of the husband. It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes.
Mais pra frente a gente tese de novo. Mas é difícil pra caralho isso aí, viu? E a gente já teve esse encontro com ela, né? Mas não vai ser agora.
On the table.
Se a gente não passar nenhuma vez, a gente pode fazer um save scan, né?
The bed is comforting.
Ainda não é hora, pera aí. Vamos dar uma olhada no nosso fichário aqui, né? Que tinha coisas lá pra gente fazer.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
Abra o compartimento escondido na prancheta.
Then made complete. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee, Slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just,
Abre a gaveta.
without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
O que tem dentro?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pega os canhotos de ingresso.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Pega o cartão.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Cheire primeiro.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Abra.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting.
Foda, né?
Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
Continue lendo.
Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road.
Véi, é muito bonito isso.
Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Continue lendo.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Continue lendo.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on.
Espere.
To what? There's nothing.
Caia de lado.
There is nothing. Again.
Nada.
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Just blackout.
Apenas fique deitado desmaiado.
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Quem é esse?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
E quem era aquela?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Sim, é isso.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
The shadow.
Because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Cheirava tão bem.
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Aonde foi essa ex alguma coisa?
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Não, ela era linda.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Onde fica a estrada dos viajantes?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Então meu nome parece ser Harry?
Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
Então qual é?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Chega, apenas fique lá imóvel.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Que é isso, tá frio?
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Onde estou?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Você está de volta?
No drink.
Beba.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Beba.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Eu deveria te perguntar o
There
mesmo.
was a call on the shortwave. Officer passed out in Martinez. I had a feeling it would be you. I'm glad I got here in time.
Quanto tempo fiquei fora?
I don't know. It could have been quite a while.
Entrei em contato com as ruínas queimadas do passado, tenente.
That does sometimes happen.
Fechado do ódio e fracasso.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
I found this next to you. I'll tag along for the rest of the day if you don't mind. My business is concluded anyway. Are you okay to go?
Vamos resolver esse caso.
Good.
Mas é foda, Kim, porque eu tinha acabado de me despedir de você, eu vou ter que me despedir de você de novo. Ah, já tem uma nova aqui, né? Lamentação branca. 5 horas, né? Não sei se vale a pena a gente tirar. Talvez esse aqui, né? A gente precisa de um pouco de autoridade pra amanhã. Amanhã eu faço. Peço desculpa, Kim. Nós vamos conversar com esses Hardy Boys. Eu vou precisar dessa autoridade, por isso eu não vou fazer essa... Quer dizer, eu poderia pôr... Uai. Poderia pôr agora e...
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Calma aí, você não quer dizer local do crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Parece mesmo que um monte de indivíduos festejaram
Looks
aqui.
like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point. Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Ei, Kim, parece que tivemos os feteiros aqui. Parece que eles deram boas gargalhadas aqui.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Poderia resolver outra coisa, né? Enquanto tá resolvendo esse outro trem. Vamos fazer isso então? Suicídio, Krasnozov, mais um de retórica. Esqueça. Imitação branca, bora. Você vê assim mesmo de cima, você que desmaiou nos azulejos azuis do chão do quarto albergue. Mesmo nessa distância, você pode ver suas pálpebras temerem. A menção de que um grande objeto branco, soltando um doce aroma, como um lírio do vale. O homenzinho esqueceu o nome, mas ele ainda se lembra do sentimento. E olhe, ele se move. O sentimento anima. Ele instintivamente procura o melhor amigo dessa sensação. Uma garrafa de Commodore vermelho. Ele coloca suas roupas de disco e fica menor e menor.
It's getting late and...
Good night, officer.
Desculpa, obrigado, Kim, por ter me acompanhado. Vamos lá, né? Continuar a ver essa porra desse fichário do caralho. Cadê? Cadê o fichário? Aqui, ó. Virou uma ferramenta agora. Eu posso carregar na mão. Ah, tá. Foda.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from
Abra a gaveta
without
escondida.
resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see the words just crossed your mind somehow.
Pra quem era?
Who do you think?
Pega o
You
cartão
stare at
novamente.
the card, willing your hand. Two octopuses are smiling. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked.
Tá bom. Quem explicou o sistema? Conjunto de sirenes de dados e hexaedros. Autópsia finalizada. Proceder os arquivos agora.
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric
Então é doideira
code of the
esses
module.
os casos,
It
né, dele
always
do
begins
passado.
with HDB 41. Then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700.
Espere, HDB 41 não é policial
Why,
distrito.
yes, your precinct number is 41.
E HDB?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it.
Harry
These
Dubois.
are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Harrier Dubois. HDB.
Tá bom. O moral do próximo mundo, vamos lá.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffiti,
Senta que lá vem a história, galera.
nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Espere, eu cheguei a descobrir quem inventou.
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
Leia.
The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However,
O caso.
your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options.
Mantém o mural, ele é direito.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. and it is too late for us.
Tudo que resta é causar estragos na classe média. A classe média não tem culpa, é a natureza humana. Eu gosto disso, mas não podemos causar estragos em outras nações em vez disso. Devo ter voltado e possivelmente até feito lobby para remover a coisa. Porque não acredito nesse... Não. Tudo que resta é causar estragos na classe
In any
média.
case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter. And agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
Daqui a pouco a gente vê.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. Arson, petty, you don't exactly...
Vamos dormir porque eu acho que a gente tem até 2 horas da manhã pra dormir, não
The
tem
bed is
assim.
comforting. If a
Mas a gente
bit
continua
run
lendo,
down,
mas...
Still, you've earned a rest.
Mas dormir nunca é um descanso,
Across
né,
the
velho?
room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
Girando no vazio.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
O que é isso?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
As cores, as vozes.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
Tá certo, eu sou um agente do mundo.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class.
For the working class.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Estou fomentando comunismo para todos. Dessa vez nós não iremos falhar.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Por quê?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Sinto o travesseiro sobre sua bochecha.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city.
Do it for the
Go.
city.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Abrir seus olhos. E você vê que, tipo assim, vai melhorando, de certa forma. Você tem resposta de si mesmo, falando assim, vai lá, velho.
Shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
O que foi?
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone.
Ah.
You're going to have to get organized. Uh-oh. Organization hasn't exactly been your strong suit, historically speaking.
Estou pronto, vamos lá.
You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and
Se organizar.
Find out how much communism they've built.
É hora de se organizar.
Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build
É
as
muito
much
bom, né?
as 0.0002% of communism, but it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
Quando eles se reúnem, isso ocorre em células clandestinas em horários locais conhecidos apenas por eles.
They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
Mas eu faço parte das autoridades de coalizão. Eu tive perseguindo comunistas esse tempo todo. Eles vão me ajudar a iniciar o moedor de linguiça socialismo masoviano?
Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
Como eu vou encontrá-los se eles estão escondidos? Esse lugar é gigante.
Let your nose guide you, detective.
Meu nariz?
Yes. Fortunately, communists are known to have a very distinct smell.
Sim.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
Qual o cheiro do comunismo?
Failure.
Já tem tantos fracassos na minha vida, eu não sei se aguento mais um. Certo, mas como é o cheiro de fracasso?
It's a smell you know all too well. Simultaneously repulsive and yet darkly appealing.
Que
Mustard with a
frase.
sharp tang, but also a remnant of lost sweetness, like a rotting mango that's been swaddled in a coat from your grandfather's
Caralho,
attic.
essa descrição aqui é brutal, velho. Que isso, muito bem escrito.
What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the
Boa tarde, Zetmir, boa tarde.
Revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Certo, estou pronto, vamos nos organizar.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinaise. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
Sim.
Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Capeside apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
Espera aí, o que devo fazer quando estabelecer contato com meus companheiros comunistas?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies
Então, eu nunca
before
fiz. Esse negócio
you
saiu
engage in rigorous
depois que eu joguei o jogo, né? A Final Cut. Então eu nunca joguei esse rumo aí.
but mostly
É uma missão nova, né? Do Final Cut.
other communists.
Provavelmente reclamar de outros comunistas. A última parte não é meio contraprodutiva?
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
Sim, arregaça as mãos muito bem, vamos nessa.
Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Porra. Então, Então, assim, vai ser uma coisa que eu nunca vi no jogo, né? Eu queria só acabar de ver meu fichário. A gente pode ver depois, na real, né? Oh, você tá escondido aí, Kim? Tá tudo bem? Vamos lá. Primeira coisa, é o último lugar que a gente tem pra ir realmente é na igreja, né? Mas antes de ir na igreja... Nem chegou a vir aqui, né? O tempo todo tinha uma música tocando alta, né? Deve ter sido necessário muito pra vocês fazer isso. Pintado com giz. Alguém está tentando trazer alegria pro mundo. Tá tocando uma música aqui.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Cara, criança, tá gelado. Onde tá seu chapéu? Lembrando que a gente tá fazendo isso aqui tudo pra conseguir a assinatura, né? Pra conseguir a nossa arma de volta. Que a senhora tava reclamando da música e não sei o que. A gente vem investigar a música. Cara, criança, tá gelado. Onde tá seu chapéu?
Maybe she didn't hear you.
Eu disse, você deveria estar com o chapéu.
So should you.
Eu deveria estou.
Oh. I didn't notice that.
É agradável, você deveria vestir um também, se você planeja ficar do lado de fora nesse clima.
Yeah, well. Look, man, fuck the hat.
Esse tipo de linguagem é realmente
I'm sorry
necessária?
I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
Desculpa. Qual o seu nome?
Estelle.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
E seu sobrenome?
Why?
Eu sou da polícia, é
Okay,
papelada.
it's Burger.
A very common name.
Que dispositivo é esse que você está usando?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
E os fios?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
O que é um microfone de contato?
Contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Alguma notícia sobre o nome da minha esposa? Que tal minha mãe?
No. You're welcome.
Ai, por isso tem alguma... Isso tem alguma coisa a ver com Mike Contato?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
Não, me refiro ao boxeador Mike Contato.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
Sabe, o Mike Contato não só espanca pessoas, o Mike Contato é um exemplo.
An entire litany spews forth.
Sim, você ouviu certo. Você deveria tentar ser mais como Mike Contato, um atleta de sucesso e uma figura inspiradora que superou obstáculos sociais, físicos e mentais.
Man, you are one weird cop.
Isso não é sobre mim, isso é sobre sua falta de respeito com um dos maiores boxeadores e com você mesma.
What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me.
Caralho, tem uma porra do negócio do Contact Mike. No pain, no gain. Faça. É hora de mais uma vez retornar para as 20 coisas que você gosta de dizer sobre Mike Contato. O boxeador que é aparentemente um exemplo de competição aberta. Isso realmente não fica nada melhor, nada melhor. Tanto dentro quanto fora do ringue. Pare, aponte para alguém à distância, aponte seu dedo para ele. Ele vai apontar o dedo dele de volta para você, assegurando um abismo impassável de finanças e privilégios para... Não, mas o que a gente pode tirar? A gente pode tirar esse aqui, né? Pode. Vamos colocar essa... É o máximo de coisa possível. Ladainha de Mike Contato. Sim, isso é importante pra mim.
Good on you.
Como essa coisa funciona?
The mic? I don't exactly know.
Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-born sound, if you like technobabble.
Onde você conseguiu esse
Same
mic?
place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
O que é o Palaceum?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock.
Ooh.
Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Parece interessante. Quem é esse tal de Arno?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum-going kind of person.
Eu me solto.
I don't know what that means.
Eu requebro.
I don't know what that means either.
Isso quer dizer que estou à frente da minha época. Nem eu sei, mas eu tenho evidência concreta que eu arraso, na forma de um toca-fita destruído e um quarto de albergue completamente arrebentado.
That's cool.
Você está certo, o tempo me desertou.
Sucks, man. Was there something else?
Na verdade, eu tenho algumas perguntas não relacionadas ao Mark pra
Okay.
você. O que você está fazendo aqui fora nesse frio?
Recording, I guess.
E o que é que você está gravando
I
exatamente?
think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Espere, o que aconteceu com os sons de ouvido?
My boyfriend sold them.
Pra quê?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Nossa, filho da puta.
Everything checks out, sire.
E as gravações são pra quê? As trincas, os
The
passos?
musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music.
Já não passou no drama ali, né?
They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Apenas a cena.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like a
Faltou o drama.
music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be
Que
empty
tristeza, velho. Não, mas você consegue fazer só
Thing
com
is,
isso.
you're cold.
No, man, fuck that. I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Deu seu chapéu a ela. Agora aqui é onde um chapéu viria a mão. Não, deu seu chapéu a ela.
Thanks.
Chapéu de que Mori foi embora. Você disse que ela devia ser um lugar de música. O que é ela?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
Os rapazes?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Por que você está congelado aqui enquanto os rapazes estão lá dentro?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Coisas como o quê?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Por que não simplesmente deixar algumas coisas pra fora para que você não tenha que congelar?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Você disse que ela devia ser um lugar de música, é ela?
That?
And who are they?
Ah, tá.
Yeah.
And why is that?
They got music stuff. That stuff is... Go ahead.
Deu o chapéu a ela, mas como mais contato agora. Me fala sobre esse lugar de música que você está planejando na
It's
igreja.
supposed to become like a club for a Nordic dance music.
A Nordic
like
dance
that new
music.
style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah,
O que é música nórdica dançante?
you know, a Nordic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Uma tarefa secreta concluída. O que é música nórdica? Que isso? Uma tarefa secreta. Era pra alguém ter me conversar comigo, talvez, né? Os instrumentos eletrônicos como o quê?
Synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes
Cara, foi
of
rápido ela
light,
dar ainda o mais contato.
like cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
Música nórdica? Agora eu vou descobrir o que é isso. O que é?
You know, a Nordic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and...
You see clear, beautiful,
bom.
violent flashes of light.
Então você quer transformar a igreja em um clube.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place.
If extreme entre
It was supposed to be deserted, but Now they can't even take
Não é
it.
tanto Aphex Twin, não. É mais um... É mais experimental mesmo.
Don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Sim, por que você pergunta?
Okay, well... Maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys.
Crystal Cast também
There
não,
are some
velho.
strange things going on in that church.
Seria mais um team hacker, tá ligado? Eu vou conversar com eles.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Não, chega de falar sobre
Go
isso.
ahead.
Empatia, né?
Okay, but...
Deixa eu só ver isso aqui do...
The litany of contact Mike.
The Litany of Contact Mike.
5,000 to 1 rank outsider. No one saw it coming. The mantle of a game changer demands intangible qualities. Fights are not won. You're thinking instead of doing detective work right now. Fights are made. Blow by blow. Let's take it. Mike to the Mikey.
Mike to the
Some
Mikey.
low-intensity part of you has entered a sports cliché-driven fugue state. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Also, Mike knew what it took to win. He just wanted it more.
Todas as checagens brancas de físico destravadas. Ah, não é tão boa não, né? Sinceramente. Mas assim... Quais são as checagens de física? Tipo assim, quase nenhuma. Tá bom.
Hello again.
Empatia, né? A gente perdeu um chapéu. A gente deu pra ela. Vamos usar esse aqui, né? Óbvio. Empatia. Empatia é azul. Tinha alguma coisa que dava mais empatia agora, não tinha? Ou é roxo empatia? Isso, esse óculos. Tá bom.
Hello again.
Gravador de fitas está jogado no gelo como um brinquedo descartado. Pegue.
The device is
Não
cold
passei.
to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover.
Ah, eu vou tentar passar nesse trem de
Underneath,
novo.
tape rolling.
Empatia 6. Caralho, mas a gente... Putz. Tem muito de empatia, velho. Tem que gastar com coisa que a gente não tem, velho. Tá ligado?
Hello again.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a
Conversar
pile
com os
of stuff.
rapazes.
The flap is open.
Eric diz. Acho que o Team Hacker já fez vários shows em igreja, aliás. Por causa da acústica, sim, sim.
It's like nothing you've
Muita galera dessa galera faz show em
One of
igreja.
them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Aperte.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Agora começa, meu filho. Cheira suor e detergente de roupas. E mais um pouco éter. Vasilha cheia com o que parece ser água. Etiqueta destilada. Um alto-falante do tipo maior que usam para música ao vivo. Uma pilha de vaporizadores nasais. Nome da marca Nosafred Ultra. Vamos colocar umas coisas aqui de... eletroquímica. O que já tem de eletroquímica? Uma calça. É, pior que não tem nada que a gente possa, pô. Tudo bem, vamos lá.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Fecha a mão
His
dele.
grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
Sim.
This is my posse, Noid.
Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead.
Egghead.
Egg!
O toca-fitas bem acima da cabeça e começa a trovejar, o que é provavelmente música nórdica.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Espera, quantos eventos musicais você já organizaram?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Por que você está aqui?
We've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Não há necessidade, o lugar é bem ruim.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Chega de histriônica. Sobre o que você está
I'm
falando?
talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
É verdade.
Dopeheads!
Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
The world!
Sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burners really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Eu não vou tolerar narcomaníacos de nenhum tipo, nem narcomaníacos, sem narcomaníacos enquanto eu estiver aqui. Balança a cabeça gravemente. Eu sinto que você está forçando um pouco nisso. O que tem de realmente ruim nesses chapados drogados? Espera aí. Não, vai um.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky.
O que você quer dizer exatamente por estranhos?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
É verdade.
People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
O Egghead é incrível.
Thank you, Egghead.
Matos Bahia, boa noite.
So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Eu vou investigar, me fale mais.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is.
Qual a situação da igreja? Eu não entrei naquele prédio ainda.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
E as chaves?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
O noiado mexe na pochete e tira uma chave amarela. Ele então faz um movimento súbito, maneiríssimo, jogando-as na sua direção. Véi, todo o negócio de pegar coisa no ar é um teste, né? Seja o tiro maneiro, agarre as chaves enquanto elas voam em sua direção.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Agarre.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Deleites na glória.
The young man with ribcage
Olha pra você parado.
looks at you, standing
Os
there,
cara
with a
esse cara é
creepy
foda.
grin on your face. Feels nice. It would feel a whole lot less nice had you dropped. or worse, got hit in the eye with them. Good thing that didn't.
Sim. Quanto tempo que as pessoas estão trocadas lá?
Long? Like a week, maybe?
Como você pode ter certeza que eles não morreram de fome?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
85% não é um bom suficiente quando está lidando com o bem-estar físico de uma pessoa.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to just lock them in like that.
Não foi muito hardcore.
Me too. I shouldn't have that kind of power over another person. I'm not the one with the violence monopoly here. You are. I'm glad that key is out of my hands now.
Certo, outra pergunta.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's
Quem,
do it.
quem exatamente são as pessoas dentro da igreja?
I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
Você nem os viu e você quer que a polícia se envolva?
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place,
Agil, boa noite. Compre ingresso, viu? Já tá acabando.
took some time getting the crew together.
Nossa.
So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
Umas 3 horas atrás, tinha vendido já metade, velho. Tipo assim, então vendeu metade em 2 horas de venda.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
The feeling?
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was something greater.
Mas você não viu ninguém fisicamente?
Exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times, and we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
O que quis dizer com alguma coisa te observando?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what
Human.
I mean.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crabman.
Cragman?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Você tem certeza que havia um homem caranguejo?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. A cell was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Beleza.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider.
Homem caranguejo.
Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building.
Você pode me falar mais sobre esse maquinário?
Talked annoyed about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too.
Beleza.
Probably, very likely.
Então como você pode ter certeza que eles não são que eles são chapados e drogados se você não os viu?
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
Why not? Let's go with that.
Isso tá bom. Eu não vi absolutamente nada errado nesse argumento.
Sure they're substance users.
Eu não vi absolutamente nada de errado nesse argumento.
Well,
Não tem como não, né?
I'm 70% sure. What?
Você mencionou que algum tipo de eclesiástico tem propriedade da igreja. Quem são esses
Oh, yeah.
eclesiásticos?
That's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought
Apen-
it'd be cool to use it.
Antes de continuarmos, o que você quer dizer por meteorano?
Of Meteo, concerning Meteo.
Meteo?
Meteo, a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
Ah, o partido fundador. Eu conheço eles, mas pode me refrescar minha memória?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
E
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
não parece que eles apreciariam o clube de dança na igreja deles.
You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
We dance.
Love is hardcore.
Love is hardcore. Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
Eu não entendi o direito que você está chamando, que é um bando. Acho que o amor pode ser bem hardcore.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Eu não entendi direito o que você tá falando. O que é um bando?
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Cara, a gente tava passando nenhum teste aqui dentro, velho. Parece que você só está dizendo coisas aleatórias. Amor, bando, faz barulho.
Are we?
Yeah! Eu agora entendi que foi ridículo da minha parte que sugeriu o contrário. Música nórdica é sobre amor e a igreja pericarnaciana também. Esse Egghead é incrível.
Seems ecstatic that you share his vision of pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
Yes.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going.
Sim.
You've got it in you.
Eu queria te perguntar sobre essa tenda cheia de equipamentos.
What?
Eu vejo que você trouxe a sua própria água.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
E esse tá deste lado também.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
Qual jogar com todo esse Nosafed?
The what now?
O Nosafed Ultra, que vocês têm muito deles aqui.
The old Ultra. I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Você parece bem pra mim.
That's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Posso pegar um pouco? Eu tenho uns problemas nasais também.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The Noser. Blast away.
Blast away. Eu odeio te dizer, mas isso aqui fede só. It does, doesn't it? Smell problem. Espera, eu também sinto cheiro de éter. Por quê?
I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid?
No.
Está misturado com odor químico peculiar, como detergente pra roupa.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. A shrug is good enough for us.
Vai tomar no cu.
When you can shrug it.
Vai tomar no cu, velho. Tudo bem, já chega disso.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Talvez tudo não seja bem da forma que ele foi contado. Tira um momento pra analisar. Tem alguma coisa errada aqui, sem dúvida, velho. Será Éter vai longe? Vamos lá. Vamos conversar.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign.
Sign.
Don't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Sign?
Yeah. Gotta compare. See if we can align.
Yeah.
I suck at socializing, man. Even now, our sign synchronization is way off. I'll see what I can do.
Conte-me sobre as máquinas que você viu na igreja.
Weird stuff. Specialized. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
O que há de errado com o sobrenatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Sobrenatural, então você acredita ser real, mas que ele realmente existe?
Most of it doesn't exist, but there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist.
Mm.
Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
Oof.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights.
Infiltrados fingindo ser humanos. O que você chama de Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Isso significa que precisamos de sincronia senoidal?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Certo, talvez eu volte mais tarde. Então, isso aqui é foda, viu? Essa lógica aqui.
As always.
A gente tá com um problema de lógica porque a gente tá... Qual disso aqui? Aqui não. Não. Só roupa mesmo. Lógica. Azul. Mais um de lógica. Você vem pra cá. Mais um de lógica. Você vem pra cá. Mais 2 de lógica. Você vem pra cá. Mais um de lógica. Esse casaco é doideira, hein? Tinha uma blusa que dava mais um de lógica? Acho que não, né? Cálculo visual. Aham. Que roupa estilosa do caralho, né?
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Pera aí, deixa eu conversar com
As always.
o Egghead antes.
With peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welsh tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Hardcore!
É mesmo?
It's hardcore!
Você simplesmente vai continuar falando que é hardcore, não vai?
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Uma missão? Resolva o enigma de Egghead. Deve haver uma forma de falar com essa pessoa. Você apenas não encontrou ainda. Definitivamente não tem a ver com cenas. Se você tentar de novo, sair desse labirinto de coisas a dizer.
The young man.
This is hardcore.
Não diga nada. Mas é mesmo, digo sério. Você pode ou dizer coisas aleatórias o dia todo, mas a faixa ainda não soou tão hard pra mim.
Spinning out lyrics since the day I was born.
Ha!
And the amount of lyrics I got is against the law.
Não.
Back to the heavy hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
Eu estava imaginando se você saberia quem matou o mercenário pendurado. Continua sem dizer nada.
All right! Yeah!
Não diga nada.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Ele deixa escapar um ruído agonizante sobre a medíocre, obviamente não tão hardcore batida no fundo. Tão hardcore. Eu estava justamente pensando nisso alguns segundos atrás. Não é tão hardcore assim. Ai, quase.
He furrows.
Is it though?
É sim.
But is it? I mean, really?
É ele falando normal.
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
Eu estava pensando sobre isso também.
I am the mic enforcer.
Nossa, tá quase, hein? Quase consegui se comunicar. Vem. Drogados. Here comes the night.
Internally coherent.
He furrows his.
Is it though? But is it?
Feels like you should reply with the very.
Não sei o que dizer exatamente.
Under the radar.
Não tô preparado ainda.
True, hard, full, hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent.
Está imaginando se você saberia que matou o mercenário pendurado atrás do albergue Whirling Rags.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, Yakokata, the place to be.
Estou começando a pensar que isso realmente não tem nada a ver com o caso. Você disse isso antes? Por que esse lugar Yokokata é um lugar dos Sluices? O que isso significa?
Yakokata is a hardcore place.
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth. Intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin,
lugar
fluttering in the wind.
Realmente hardcore.
A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
The cloud, true, hardcore, internally, all gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy, it's my job.
O que é um rapaz da curtição?
Hardcore party, 25.
Caralho, é realmente um labirinto de perguntas e... É legal que é meio...
Gotta get the people.
Yeah, request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible.
Véi, será que a gente consegue resolver isso?
Hardcore is internally coherent.
He furrows his...
Não, mas sério, estou um pouco receoso que não
The
seja.
question is, what is the question?
Isso teria sido bom se eu tivesse feito a pergunta, mas eu não fiz. Agora é apenas estupidez.
But there was a question.
Véi, tá quase, hein?
True.
É meio zoando o formato de você ter a pergunta, né? Zoando o formato de você poder conversar várias vezes com a mesma pessoa.
The question is, what is the question?
Só responda a questão.
But there was no question. True, hard, full, it's hardcore. Skibbity. True, hardcore, internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. It's the message, so listen and you...
Tá bom, a gente já foi tudo, velho. Vamos até o fim agora. Talvez não tá na hora mesmo.
He furrows his brow.
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Ah, é. A gente teve que conversar com ele pra ele perguntar a questão é qual é a questão.
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Passamos, resolve o enigma da Egghead. Você disse que estava receoso. O que você acha que está errado com a música?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
Hyper.
It's like it's only ultra.
Ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto. Like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed lover, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
É proto e nem um pouco hardcore.
Wow! Culture cop!
Culture cop.
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Sou estranhamente como uma questão. Eu acho que a questão fosse qual é a questão.
No! This is the answer!
É, tente pensar se qualquer outra coisa poderia tornar isso mais hardcore.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Tente ainda mais.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
Minha imaginação falhou comigo.
I know! So does mine!
Espera, eu acabei de lembrar uma coisa. Eu sou a polícia. Nada, eu ser a polícia não vai nos ajudar em nada. Na verdade, é mais provável que nos atrapalhe. Eu não posso ajudar com isso agora. Eu preciso de alguma coisa, outra coisa, uma coisa extra. Você é um leitor de pensamentos? Você é realmente... Isso significa que você é um leitor de pensamentos.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Revershot imperative!
Unless you were thinking Revershot imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
Se está sério, eu não tava pensando naquilo.
Hardcore superstar!
Então você não é um leitor de pensamentos, você é um comunista.
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
Mas por que você não é um comunista? Comunismo é a verdade.
I can be a communist. If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
Please don't turn him into a communist.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Seja comunista, Egghead. O futuro precisa de sua ajuda. Você acha que ele é um comunista agora? Me diga outra coisa, Egghead. Isso aí, camarada erudito. O seu nome real é Jermaine?
Basically, yes it is.
Por que a fivela do seu cinto tem pulmões? Por que os pulmões seriam para amar?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
Sério?
I think so.
Bem, os pulmões são onde você segura o fôlego da sua alma, não são?
Highly gaily.
Tá bom, instrumento físico. 0 é foda, né? Tá bom. Talvez seu corpo possa dizer o que falta na música de Arno Van Eyck para ser mais hardcore. Vamos tentar. Instrumento físico. Mais um instrumento físico. Mais um instrumento físico. Mais um instrumento físico. Tá bom, só tem instrumento físico? Putz. É um teste difícil de passar, velho. Tá bom, tem alguma coisa tirando instrumento físico, né, então. Menos 2 instrumentos físicos, sai fora. Essa gravata não é tão boa, né? Beleza.
Good morning, comrade.
Eu estou disposto a gastar. Talvez esse diálogo é foda, né? Talvez o seu corpo possa dizer o que falta na música do Arno Van Eyck para ser mais hardcore. Não passei.
That would be silly. Your body isn't for...
Não, eu quero saber. Ai, Jesus.
Good morning, comrade.
Bora. 1, 2, 3 e... Não passei de novo. Vamos de novo. Não, eu não posso subir mais. Não. Não. Impossível. Tá bom, eu vou...
Good morning, comrade.
Vamos ver se a gente vai conseguir liberar isso aí. Tinha um negócio que a gente tinha que liberava, né? Qual que é o... Não, a gente quer muito deixar mais hardcore. Tem quanto tempo? Caralho, tem 40 minutos, velho. Não. Vai rolar, não. Tem como aumentar o status? Ah, tem como usar droga e aumentar o status, né? É isso? Mas eu tô sem usar nenhuma droga, velho. E eu não sei se eu usar... Isso eu posso salvar, né? Eu não sei se eu usar... Vai abrir. Eu acho que não, né? É isso. Só aumentar o mais da cartela para upar o status. Isso aqui? Não, é. Ou preciso de mais ponto pra aumentar? Achei que tinha, tem não, pô. Quer dizer, eu não sabia que tinha, né? Acho que não tem como, não. Vundo. Tudo bem. Não tem como a gente fazer ficar mais hardcore, né? Tudo bem. Talvez eu tenha alguma coisa que vai fazer ficar mais hardcore.
So you talked to my associates, right?
Sim, eu vou
Are you
ajudar
gonna
você,
help
sim.
us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
Os outros me disseram que você foi lá dentro da igreja. O que você viu lá?
Oh, that. You're not gonna believe me.
Claro que eu
There's
vou
no
te...
point in me telling you.
Claro que eu vou acreditar.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Veremos, vai em frente, me conte.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Vai em frente.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
Como era esse homem
It
caranguejo?
was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Qual é? Para de me enrolar. Como ele era?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
The crab and the banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
Você estava errado, eu acredito em você.
Why?
Parece absurdo demais pra uma mentira.
I guess so. Anyway, what else?
Você saber mais sobre
My
seus colegas.
associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
O que você quer dizer? Você deve saber alguma coisa sobre
Of
eles.
course I do. I just don't tell people about my
E aí,
friends
capitão,
and
como é que você tá?
who they are and so on. I don't
To the cops.
E sobre você? Me fala alguma coisa sobre você.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Ah, certo. Talvez eu pergunte sobre isso depois.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
Faça com que a Sally fale sobre os companheiros dela. Talvez depois que a gente conseguir entrar nessa igreja, né? Ah, eu tenho um teste aqui que a gente pode passar. Opa. As coisas aqui fora. Mais marcações tribais, um mastro sobrebaixado. Lixo de festa sem fim. Essa é a casa longe de casa de alguém, assim como foi a sua. Assim como a
Pain
sua.
of it barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
O que é isso?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Empurra a internet.
Into the icy snow with a
Simples.
soft thunk.
Zoando, isso aqui é uma zoação também, né? De jogo que você tem que... Inclusive Dark Souls, né? Que você tem que literalmente empurrar um trem pra fazer uma... Um negócio, né? Boa noite, Tony. Boa noite. Então,
Hi again. So, how are things going?
8 de lógica, né? Vamos lá, pera aí.
As always.
Vamos ver se tem alguma coisa de lógica pra ajudar aqui. Mais um de lógica. Isso aqui vem pra cá, pro rosa. Mas esse aqui dá 2 de lógica, né? É isso, esse é o máximo.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
58, bora.
The number of
Passei,
things
porra.
don't add up. Let's take a look.
Já jogou Nier? Sim. Exclamação jogo. Exclamação nota, pra você ver, na real. Os jogos que a gente jogou e as notas que eles ganharam. Aqui embaixo tá escrito, na verdade, o Nier Automata tá no top 25, né? Ah, você tá falando do Nier, né? Não do Nier Automata. Certo, criança, junta isso aqui.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Algum tempo no passado, eu não tenho certeza quando e nem onde, mas traição estava envolvida. Eu adoeci e me tornei a sombra que vem hoje. Mas antes disso, eu tenho razões para acreditar que eu era um detetive de polícia. Obrigado pelas suas gentis palavras, mas todo mundo aqui vê que eu sou uma desgraça pelo uniforme. Eu era bom o suficiente nesse trabalho para ser condecorado com a patente de tenente e enfreitor. Eu poderia ter sido capitão, consegue imaginar isso?
What happened?
Disco happened.
I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast. Shut it. What? I have.
Agora, obviamente... Agora, obviamente, isso talvez tenha acontecido há 1000 anos atrás, mas ainda existe algo de detetive em mim. Essa não é a construção de um clube, é uma tenda cheia de equipamento de laboratório para a fabricação de drogas.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion.
Boa noite, capitão, boa noite.
Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker.
One speaker.
One speaker.
Onde está o amigo dele? Você perdeu um amigo dele?
What do you mean, friend?
O outro alto-falante, você só tem um.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
Você não tem fone de ouvido. A série não precisaria de fone de ouvido para girar as fitas?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
Aquele nosafed está aqui pelo seu princípio ativo.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
A água destilada, a pedra angular de laboratório limpo.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
O éter no ar, um solvente útil, bom para extrair o princípio ativo de uma solução.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
Não há necessidade de continuar listando, ah?
No shit.
Em resumo, você tentou usar um detetive de polícia para montar um laboratório de drogas.
Come on, that's...
Absurdo?
I meant to say, not true. That's...
Against the law?
I meant to say, not that's...
Passivo de execução sumária? Então, o que nós vamos fazer com vocês?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
Ele está quase pronto para parar a contação. Nós fazemos isso no estilo homem da lei. Primeiro você me diz, então eu dou a sentença. Você me fala o que realmente está acontecendo e nós trabalhamos a partir daí. Eu posso ser tolerante.
What do you mean by lenient?
Não chamando reforço e transportando todos vocês para o Chilindró. Para começar, se não ouviu, eu sou o tira mais sujo desse lado do rio. Eu vou fazer a vida de vocês difícil, usando todas as conexões que eu tenho.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not gonna turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershaw.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just gotta turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
E por que você precisa de mim?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Eles não são realmente estranhos, são?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
The love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
Prenda-os. Me dá um dinheiro. Cai fora, eu não quero ver vocês de novo. Vamos fazer isso limpo, sem laboratório de anfetamina. Só um clube pra música anódica. Não funcionaria sem laboratório. Façam o que tiver que fazer pra manter o clube vivo. Não. Vamos fazer isso limpo, sem laboratório de anfetamina. Só um clube pra música anódica.
Yeah! I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now.
This
hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for anodic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
Que história é essa de peixe?
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs.
Ai, Payday, velho. Vontade, saudade de jogar Payday.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This
Isso.
will be a victory for the light.
For the light. Certo, vamos tomar esse incidente de prevenção criminal, mas eu estou de olho em vocês.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Beleza.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
The large-headed...
Good morning,
Filho da puta. Acabei de desmantelar um sistema de tráfico, Kim. Tá bom, agora é igrejinha. Só mudar aqui as coisas aqui. Esse aqui é um estilo, porra. estileiro demais.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Caio Flame diz, e você acessou ótimas memórias falando de P&D, puta que pariu. O Tavakovs fala, queria um remake com uma melhorada. Seria legal, mas eles só ficam lançando conteúdo online massivamente. Sim. É foda. Inspeção na marcenaria.
Carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Corra sua mão pelo feixe.
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. Feels exceptional. 300 tons of pine would fit together seamlessly. It's old too, cut and carved many centuries ago.
Olha o cadeado mais de perto.
Cheap-looking padlock. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock.
Olha para o
You
adesivo.
see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's
Nirvana, né?
make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
O que faz isso tão moderno?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here. These forces of future have chosen to pick something that reminds you of you.
Você já viu esse símbolo antes? Aponte pra ele.
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
Como que isso se parece pra
It's
você?
like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
O que é delinquência juvenil?
For Revachol said aussi, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
O que sugere delinquência juvenil aqui?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Eu concordo, é muito moderno, mas o que cara alegre não sabe que está morto ou o morto não se importa em estar? Qual é a fonte da ironia aqui?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Tente tirar o adesivo sem rasgá-lo.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Cola o adesivo dentro do seu fichário, depois do último registro, onde ele pertence. Cola o adesivo sobre o seu fichário, bem na capa.
Voila! Looks very modern.
Tarefa secreta concluída. Sucesso.
You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger.
Sucesso.
Neon, baby.
Abra o cadeado com a
The
chave.
lock turns easily. You hear it.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes.
Mano, minha vontade era ouvir isso antes dos 18, o quê?
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
No coração da cidade. Doideira esse lugar aqui, né? Mas calma, toma conta de você quando eu olho pra frente. Você deveria caminhar pra aqui, não correr. Figura grotesca de madeira parece inacabada. Parece que está tentando se tornar um com a igreja. Se a gente só caminhar aqui, vai acontecer alguma coisa? Eu não sei. Já tem essa mania de só correr, né? Mais do padrão de raios bifurcados que você viu lá fora. Besouros de casca? Não, isso parece tradicional de um estilo há muito esquecido. O quadro negro está coberto com equações complexas. Elas parecem recentes. Algo a ver com frequência de rádio? Essa tigela está cheia de água. Um fio de escapado vai direto para ela. Poderia esses fios funcionar como microfone de contato?
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Espera, eu acho que ainda escuto alguma coisa.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums.
Isso é doideira, né?
It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. Sounds like the pale.
Como você sabe como o pálido soa?
From recordings of the far pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Grite mais alto que puder.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Pise forte com seus pés e bata as
You
mãos.
produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
O que está
The
acontecendo?
lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Quase nada, está começando a me preocupar. Não muito, mas é extraordinário. Eu nunca senti nada do tipo.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
Depende do que for, definitivamente é real. E se for alguma coisa paranatural?
Please, detective, not this again.
The lieutenant.
Can you hear anything? The church.
His detached tone conceals how.
Dependendo do que for, definitivamente é real. Algo estranho está acontecendo na
The
sua volta.
lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
Olhe para a torre do
The
sino.
orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Peraí, se eu não quiser saber o que há lá em cima.
The silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you as in a cocoon. You cannot move anymore. Relax. It'll be okay.
Ó. 72%, bora. Passei, porra.
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
Siga os movimentos da sombra.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
No telhado?
Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
Pisque.
You see
Tá
something
ligado,
hanging
bicho.
from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
Thiago.
Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Pô, esse cachecol é top, velho. Eu prefiro esse aqui, sem dúvida. Ó, lindo.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The crab man.
Não dizer nada, ficar em silêncio por enquanto.
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes.
Que
But
isso?
don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
Eu não esperava essa voz dele, né?
That accent is Villa-Lobos. a peninsula in Mesk, and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
Lugar certo pra quê?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
Acho que eu tenho probleminha e eu tenho perdido a mão ultimamente, mas...
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
Mas eu estou em bastante sintonia com o meu sofrimento.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Pensando melhor, vamos ficar aqui sim pra você ouvir. Por algum motivo, sinto que você tem razão aí.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
Então, eu queria muito isso aqui de volta. Deixa eu ver, não tem como a gente recuperar um que a gente já pegou, não, né? Não tem como, né? Não. Então, assim... Como a gente já fez isso aqui, bora, né? Bora botar esse novo. Terra assolada da realidade. Meus dois instrumentos de insônia. Foi trazido ao seu conhecimento que você é um alcoólatra. Isso é uma doença. E isso que está te matando. Você está rastejando de joelhos para a vida, com sua barriga cheia de bebida arrastando no chão. Seu cérebro ora confuso, ora sobrecarregado, seu cabelo grudando com o suor frio de hoje e o vômito de ontem. Talvez eles estejam certos. Qualquer coisa é melhor que isso. Até mesmo a realidade nua e crua. Talvez você possa sair dessa. Quantas horas? 20 horas! Caralho! Beleza.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways.
Você deve ser o homem caranguejo.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Sejamos justos, tá bem mais pra uma aranha.
I always thought of myself more like a flame. Flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Espera, você também esculpiu todas aquelas figuras?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
Você está promovendo a objetificação da mulher com sua representação reacionária do corpo feminino. Tem como você ser um feminista também, né? Se você desenvolver esse pensamento desde o início, né? Você fez umas curvas bonitas aí.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
O que você fazia antes de virar um homem caranguejo e um entalhador?
I was in a gang way, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Eu também perdi minha memória, mas eu gosto disso. É como eu pudesse criar um novo eu, recomeçar do zero. Sacou de cabeça tanta gente perdendo a memória, um claro presságio do fim.
Nah, Esse, it's not like that. Best thing that could happen to you, losing your memory.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
Meu nome é Harry, você tem na mão em
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
E o que você está fazendo aqui?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
O que é essa mãe de silêncio que você tanto fala?
Oh, that's no simple question, Esse. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
Essa pira de ficar pureza que é zoado. Não, o cara é um ex-drogado, porra. Tá ligado? Qualquer coisa que ajude o cara a ficar sem usar droga, velho. Que mesmo que seja religião, tudo bem, velho. O que vai acontecer quando você beber dessa
I will
perfuração?
be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Você ainda não compreende o que você está fazendo na igreja.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Pode cantar pra mim? Canta alguma coisa aí.
I ain't from no Mariette, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is silent as the mother.
Mariette is a mesque style of music.
Ah, a gente sabe o que é Mariette, né?
Just cool there for a moment. Seems you hit some nerve.
Mesque é basicamente um México, alguma coisa assim, né? Tem até um nome parecido. Como você foi encontrar esse lugar, essa igreja?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me.
Esse cachecol que achei é seu?
I think it was. A long time ago. I had to share it like a skin to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have it. I don't need it anymore.
The scarf looks pretty dapper, actually.
É. Tem certeza que só não trocou uma droga pela outra?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Vamos concordar e discordar. Eu fui incisivo, perdão. Esse argumento faz sentido.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
The
outras
sinewy
perguntas?
figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Você está aqui há bastante tempo. Sabe por que a igreja foi abandonada?
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Você sabe onde está o outro estranho? Aponta para estranhas máquinas ao seu
Other
redor.
spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
Calma, então tem outra pessoa morando nessa igreja e é uma viejita.
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Você sabe onde ela está?
That's what I said, Holmes.
Como você pode não saber disso morando junto
Don't
dela?
really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
Então não consegue me contar mais nada? A aparência dela, o que ela faz, quem ela é?
I'm afraid not, Esse. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Os baladeiros querem transformar isso aqui num clube noturno.
the ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Espera, eles têm motivo pra ter medo?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Mas então o que você acha sobre o clube noturno, digo?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way
É
up
curioso que ele aceita, né?
vibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
Eita.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Então tá, obrigado. Tipo, o cara mais gente boa do que parecia ser, né? Cara de boaça, pô. Se sentindo sozinho, pô. Sapato, que dá mais um de empatia. Dinheiro. Gravador de fitas Harman Wash. Portátil. Possível que esteja gravando alguma coisa? Quem está roubando a eletricidade do lado de fora. Parece antena. 2 toca-fita de bobina girando vazios.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you.
Desculpa,
a crack
gente.
runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark
Esse aqui é uma parte longa, né? Foda. A gente tá ouvindo esse papo dessa, né? Dolores Day, desde o início, pistas, né?
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Ajoelhos.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Fecha os olhos primeiro.
The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. In the darkness, you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope.
Abre seus olhos.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
Ela reconhece a passagem de alguém, the posse, né? A morte, né? A passagem de alguém que ainda está vivo. Passing é muito bom, né? Porque, tipo, é alguém que já foi dessa pra melhor, né? De certa forma. Ao mesmo tempo, é alguém que só está de passagem mesmo. É compaixão.
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Faça o mesmo enquanto se
Your
levanta.
fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Essa é a Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
Sabe do lugar?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
O que mais você sabe?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Setsa, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Sabe por que ela ter sido abandonada?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Quem conduziu essa batida?
Well, your station was involved, I hear.
Eita.
Although I can be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
Quem conduziu essa batida?
Well, your station was in.
How come the lieutenant isn't
Você não tem certeza?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say precinct 41 was one of them.
Eu acho que eu poderia ter estado aqui.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
Se eu estive aqui, eu deveria descobrir o que eu estava fazendo.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten.
Tenso, né, esse
It
negócio dessa
happened a
batida.
while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Kim, você é um seguidor do Dolorianismo?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism.
Uhum.
The laws we enforce are Dolorian in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
Eu não achei que fosse espiritual.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The Dolorian system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Tá bom, enciclopédia, né? Bora lá. Não vamos brincar com esses testes, não. Já tô usando mais dois de enciclopédia, né? Tá bom, que vem de onde esse óculos, né? Tá bom.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious encompass. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
É muito doida a história dessa santa, né? Espero que exatamente é uma imaculada. Eu já ouvi sobre esse sistema.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit.
Governante?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party. A precedent that has
meio que a Joana d'Arc que foi ao poder, né?
In the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Tem no cargo agora?
No, we are alone.
Certo, quando ela governou?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
O que mais eu sei sobre ela?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
De onde isso está vindo?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. No, you must know.
Certo, o que mais? Ela era inteligente?
Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze.
W. Freitas comenta: Vitão, obrigado por me incentivar a aproveitar a vida e fazer merda antes dos 20. Sou grato. Antes dos 18, de preferência, né? Depois você já pode ser preso, então assim.
She was an almost preternaturally
Tudo bem,
magnetic
de nada.
and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
Como assim?
It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow indeed.
Wow indeed.
When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
Oof.
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt.
Eu quero mais.
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supramawindi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Coroação dela?
In a city called Advesperaskit, in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress, on an emptied-out plaza, with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
Sim, ela deve ter sido bonita.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen.
Então?
One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
Que doideira, o quê?
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
Havia alguma coisa aterrorizante sobre ela?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
Não, havia alguma coisa ruim sobre ela, eu quero saber.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
O que aconteceu?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb. in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Sim.
Lieutenant Yefreighter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Ela está de algum modo conectada ao caso.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
Vou na cálculo visual agora, hein? Bora.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Acho que eu tenho 5 só, hein? Tem alguma coisa que tira cálculo visual de reflexão, nossa. É isso aqui? Não. Ah, o negócio. Socioeconomia masoviana. Então, se eu comentar aqui, aumentar isso aqui, será que é mais ponto que precisa? Clicar em mais um ponto, a gente consegue upar, né?
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body.
Reconstrua o vidro partido. Bora.
Sad. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text. A light motif below them both.
Que despedaçou esse mosaico?
Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned. Or just hooligans looking for something to break.
Quem é essa velha?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
O lema, o que ele diz?
Below both women, in luminous black letters.
Ah, isso é foda pra caralho.
La vie, mort.
Já notei também.
Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
Depois da vida, a morte. Depois da morte, a vida de novo, né?
And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Tenente, isso costuma dizer após a vida, morte.
Life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Por quê?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
Qual é o lema da RCM agora?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Eu gosto mais do outro, sem dúvida.
So do I.
Tem como você xingar ali, velho. Dê um passo pra trás.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing. The mother of of human.
Yes, we all are. And it's not spirit.
Tá bom, deu nada demais, né? Ter passado esse teste aí. Que bom que a gente não gastou ponto com ele. Vamos ver esse maquinário.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's
another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Espera, deixa-me só investigar. É, mas esse computador é igualzinho àquele da área comercial
It's also
amaldiçoada.
quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Fell mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer.
Espera, deixa-me só investigar
You see fluorescent
atrás.
play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing.
Olha dentro do
Behind
compartimento.
the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. This is the machine's filament memory. Press play to access its contents. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you.
Good morning.
Olha ela de novo.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer.
Ivone, sou eu de novo. Como você está?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Eu olhei dentro do cerne, mas a fita no filame só dizia Reg, Fev, Mar.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
Receive. Votre accident is
Forte abraço como aquele na...
I have two machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de
Sim.
Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard, nothing happens.
Amigo, eu preciso de saber a senha. É muito importante. Ó, tem um negócio pra fazer a gente subir. Um livro de preces foi deixado aberto.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
Você, por acaso, ouviu a Rita dizer a senha no seu rádio computador?
Esse, you need it for something.
É sempre a investigação de homicídio qualificado em Martinez.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it.
Você falou alguma coisa de café? Acho que já ouvi isso antes em algum lugar.
Look, man, I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee. I think we're done here, Esse.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Tudo vai se conectar, meu amigo. Quem?
The machine's keyboard, the speak.
Good morning. Good.
Após a vida à morte.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Não.
Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry made on the 4th of February, 51.
Boa noite, Thiago.
Author is short.
Jogo bom nunca é esquecido. É, vai ser a última vez que a gente vai jogar aí no canal, né? Se Deus quiser. Pode ficar jogando jogo por da vida, não.
The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Você acha que esse registro pode estar conectado ao caso?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Lê o segundo registro.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Ridden with narcotics. Just like Andre said.
Ler o terceiro
7th
registro.
of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Por que ela precisaria de uma
Why
antena?
would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Ler 4 registros.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked.
É, foda.
I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Essa mulher era do grupo do RPG lá, uma perda de dados.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Artistas, programadores, Lex, quem são as pessoas?
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business.
É isso mesmo.
The one we saw in the Doom commercial.
Sim, ler o quinto registro.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio...
veja só, né, Kim? Sua máscara caiu.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Ler o sétimo registro.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
Véi, não foi o capitalista que...
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
Mas que poderia ser? Olhar para as bacias de água atrás de
The
você.
lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
Ler o oitavo registro.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music. One neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
Ela está descrevendo na série.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Ler o nono registro.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
Fui eu que invadi aquele rádio computador. A dona da loja deve ser a Pleasance.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great
Sim.
idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines.
Leia o 10
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Tenso.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Ela te cara enquanto segura o botão de desligar por vários segundos. A máquina reinicia.
You are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Você está falando com um especialista em modificação de circuitos. Não estou invadindo seu computador, estou usando para acessar provedores militares da coalizão.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network.
Sim, eu poderia. Eu sou um deus cibernético. Estou usando seu RAM Prefect para controlar a nave de guerra Archer. Vou virar os canhões contra os mestres dela.
That's nonsense. You're just a police officer. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Tá bom, a gente conseguiu mais um aqui, né? Que é o alimentação branca. Ó, não vai ter leitura, não? E o pequenino fica menor e menor, enquanto você se eleva acima dessa casa de bonecas que é o mundo. Você o vê lá fora na neve, nas ruas, na loja da esquina e, finalmente, na casa de caixas de fósforos. Sentado na janela, flores brancas no peitoril. Você pode sentir o cheiro delas daqui de cima, é terrível. Uma lamentação branca, uma morte moderna. Divórcio ou algo similar. Tudo que você pode fazer é aumentar a distância entre você e ele, fazê-lo ainda menor, deixá-lo menos você. Mais 20% de distância diminuída, todas as capacidades de aprendizado motoras aumentadas em 1. Não é tão bom não, mas assim, a gente não tem nada melhor. Pode ver mais longe, né?
What is it?
Ei, eu não quebrei nada, quebrei?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Ei, você é programador líder do Warehouse que é comentado pra casa?
Or no, not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Com licença, mas quem é você? O que você está fazendo aqui?
I am Sona Luukkanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience?
Caralho.
She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Já viu o Homem Caranguejo?
No.
Mas você sabe que ele está aqui?
Yes.
Ele viu você.
And
E daí o Homem Caranguejo viu você.
I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Por que tem tantas máquinas nesse lugar?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Por que precisa de uma antena?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit.
Rain Prefect, esse é seu rádio computador, certo? E essa antena é a unidade de processamento dele?
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Não, eu sou mestre modificador de circuitos, eu sei tudo.
Then you certainly know that all radio computers perform operations on air. So in order
Que loucura,
to gain
né?
the processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Espere, no ar?
On the front, the unified front of radio waves.
Que loucura, né?
Licensed and controlled by Lintel in the east in Cylindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love.
Like love. E a R1, ela é uma boa
I
antena?
guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operation. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
O que você tá fazendo no seu rádio computador?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting
É foda, né, esse computador? Trabalhando o quê?
Could you just for a moment? Or get to the point? I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do.
E aquelas tigelas d'água
They are
ali?
connected to my rain prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay?
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Certo, eu vou tentar não tocar em nada. Próxima pergunta. Por que está fazendo numa igreja abandonada?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Eu sou um polícia social de polícia, é meu trabalho fazer perguntas.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
Que
I'm
pesquisa?
looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows.
O buraco está conectado à perda de dados do seu diário.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than
Um
that.
buraco no mundo? O que isso significa exatamente?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
É verdade.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Ah, espera um pouco. Isso significa que estamos vivendo um buraco. Você pode medir coletando dados dos seus arredores, daquilo que existe.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the
Mas a
silence,
consistência do que o
to
nada
find out where it begins.
não dá pra medir, né?
But honestly, it's not
Só você jogar coisa dentro do nada e... né?
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts. Everyday.
Isso tem alguma coisa a ver com fantasmas?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
Que tal entidades
I
sobrenaturais?
don't believe in them either.
Que muitos não sabem é necroplasma existe.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
Você tem alguma ideia de onde esse buraco pode estar localizado?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Por que lá?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Não é, velho.
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
Aqui é onde o homem caranguejo vive.
I know.
Você não acha que o homem caranguejo seja de algum modo responsável aqui?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands type in hundreds of
Está
commands.
cientificando vácuo. Você disse que é bem parecido com pálido, na real, né? O que eles descobrem que é pálido, que não é vácuo exatamente, né? Você disse que a pesquisa não está vindo bem, por que não?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me
Isso é
work.
tudo que eu queria saber sobre o estranho buraco de 2 milímetros do mundo, por enquanto.
Great. Thanks.
Qual a sua opinião sobre música nórdica?
I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Você já ouviu alguma vez? Tipo, realmente ouviu?
Yeah. Like all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they? Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Entendo, entendo. E qual seria a sua opinião sobre um clube para dançar música
This is
nórdica?
about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
Que querem montar
Take a
então?
guess, why don't you?
Centro para jovens seria bom. A gente está convencido de que querem montar um músico pro Clube da Norte, disseram ser o sonho deles.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up and coming.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Mas a gente já conversou com eles, né?
Do you feel that?
Sentiu o quê?
Close your eyes. Reach out with your feelings. There's something paranatural at play here.
Você está certo, estou sentindo agora.
You don't even know what it is you're feeling, but you can feel it. That's the mark of a true remote viewer.
Remote
The
viewer.
time has come to connect to RVD HQ. By establishing a connection, you'll have proved yourself worthy as a remote viewer.
Fecha os
Everything
olhos.
all right, detective?
Shhh, estou tentando conectar com a divisão de observadores remotos.
This again? Come on, detective. The joke has gone on long enough.
Ignore the lieutenant.
Mantém os olhos
It
fechados.
takes time to block out the sounds of the world. But once you do, it's like you're on a wavelength. Not like any natural wavelength. No. There seems to be something on the other end.
Oh, for God's sake. This is a bunch of...
Bzzzt. Copy. This is RVD HQ. Anyone there?
Oi, aqui é o Harry. Estou procurando pela divisão de observadores remotos.
Acknowledged. Connection established. Bzzzt. Welcome aboard, remote viewer. You are a special man, and definitely not imagining it.
Beleza. Tá bom, o que a gente tinha passado era lamentação branca, né? 20% de distância diminuído, todas as capacidades de aprendizagem motores aumentam mais 1. A gente tem precisado de upar... Não, a gente tem pra caralho, velho. Então pode jogar fora isso aí. Lamentação branca, tchau. Divisão de observadores remotos. Feche seus olhos, deixa a consciência avançar. Uma dor aguda enche seu corpo, enquanto seu olho interior se abre violentamente. Uma casca de presenças, algumas benevolentes, algumas maliciosas, oscilam até a existência à sua volta. Um oceano de almas, mentes diferentes, línguas diferentes. Há tantos deles, e seus pensamentos são tão altos. É amedrontador e difícil de controlar, mas esfregar suas têmporas com seus dedos parece ajudar um pouco. Faça isso. Sim, bom. Agora você só precisa se concentrar muito, e muito.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? Great.
Tá bom, o negócio do... Vê se a gente resolve esse rolê do clube, né? Que então eu tenho que responder os treinos lá no Instagram. Andrew,
Hi again. So, how things going?
sobre a igreja fiquei. Falei com o homem caranguejo.
Oh man, who is he? What did you think?
Pareceu ok, para ser sincero. Muito espiritual.
Really? Huh.
Apenas,
Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
apenas pregando e rezando, pelo que parece.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
Ele se mantém fisicamente ativo, tem reflexões espirituais e não bebe. Quem sou eu para desespejar alguém assim? Até onde eu posso ver, ele não vai sair. Ele vai ficar escalando lá por cima, e vocês nunca vão pegá-lo.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you?
Não.
A spooky guy climbing around when
É legal no clube
trying to
isso,
have
né?
nice friendly hyper time?
Você simplesmente vai ter que conviver com o homem caranguejo.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Sim.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light.
Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
Eu estava usando o computador central quando Suna, a antiga programadora líder da Forte Acidente, apareceu.
Programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
Ela não gostou da ideia do clube de dança nórdica.
Pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
Ela foi bastante clara quanto a não sair até que o projeto dela esteja finalizado.
Just evict her?
Não, eu não vou expulsá-la, nós temos que encontrar uma solução diferente.
Look at you, honor man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her.
Mano, queria fazer isso na igreja que meu avô foi expulso, ou matar o pastor,
If
cara.
that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Isso.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
Sim.
This crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Aham.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
Ela definitivamente não gosta, ela realmente detesta.
Cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the
Ele não
full
pode acreditar que alguém não pode gostar.
No worries, we'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Eu me recuso a expulsá-la, mas eu posso tentar convencê-la.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Eu não sei se como que a gente faz isso, se a gente tem que buscar as coisas lá do outro. Opa. Se a gente tem que buscar o negócio do outro. Hardcore. Tem um dinheiro ali, tem que lembrar de buscar.
Yes, what is it?
E se eu simplesmente te forçasse, não? E se você não precisasse ir embora? Falei com o André, ele quer
I
cooperar.
don't want to make anything work.
Espera aí, você não quer fazer nada funcionar?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
Você é amarga porque seu projeto de rádio jogo falhou?
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever
Ô,
again.
gente.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Sugestão. Calma, minha amiga. A gente pode ir lá e olhar esse trem, né, eu acho. Vamos rapidinho lá? Não tem como a gente dar... Tem. Aí, porra. Tem como fazer fast travel, sim. Ih, tem uns caras aqui, bicho. Tem um povo novo ali do lado do nosso carro, você viu, né? Cenas do próximo capítulo. Só depois de conseguir o mapa. Eu não consegui o mapa. Aliás, eu consegui o mapa tem muitos dias. Não, eu acho que não tem nada a ver com isso, não. Ele tava dando algum bug. Acho que depois de atravessar o rio, talvez você comece a poder...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good.
Após a vida à morte.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Really? She just used the same password?
Sim.
Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else?
Nada.
Thank you.
Tiles on
Imprimir.
the cube are with a quiet determination. The printer starts
Lê a
its
impressão.
project report, written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Wirral Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Leia sobre o capital, eu quero saber sobre dinheiro.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in $150,000 a year, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 real, with only half of the game finished.
Caraca, onde eles conseguiram todo esse dinheiro?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for the Igaunian investor.
Nossa. Leia sobre o código funcional. Quem trabalhava aqui há quanto tempo?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Espera, por que um radiojogo precisa de tantos artistas?
It didn't.
Não precisava de tantos artistas conceituais? Não.
Definitely not.
Não
A
precisava.
few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for
Nossa. Zapei pelo cronograma de produção e o que quer que seja.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Por causa dos artistas conceituais?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches,
3 hours lunch.
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
Eu poderia ter preenchido o hiato.
No, you couldn't have.
O que você quer dizer? Eu poderia perfeitamente.
Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The Valley of the Heads, o quê?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jim Spawn, Sulisław Jalisa,
É o Sulislav, gente boa. Tem uma banda de rock agora.
Was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Caralho, isso é parar de maluco. Quem eram essas
The
pessoas?
world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
Quantas cabeças havia
So
lá?
many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads
Véi.
of 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
Quantas combinações você poderia fazer com
Do
isso?
you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Sim, o quão ruim isso pode ser. Véi! Puta que pariu. Véi. Continue. Jesus Cristo.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Véi. O que foi que eu fiz? Jesus, não pode ser eterno.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Apenas deixa os números e dar você. Certo, então foi isso que derrubou eles. E é isso.
And that's it. Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
O que mesmo?
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Nossa, e a anomalia fez todos os dados se perderem no
When
ar.
the project was returned, it was completely blank.
Nossa
The team
senhora.
spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
O que? Eles perderam o jogo inteiro e nem pagaram por isso?
Always read the terms of service.
Nossa.
And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for a legal action.
Não havia uma cópia do jogo, uma cópia de segurança?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the offsite copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the offsite copy and, well,
Ai, era ela, né?
an explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
O que ela disse?
S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The offsite copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Não é muito conveniente, é?
Her former colleagues would agree with you. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in
A gente achou... Há mais alguma coisa desse programa do chefe?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Leia a nota até
4
no
months
fim.
later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Beleza.
Tiles on the cube are still. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Beleza. Só uma coisa, tinha uma parede de mapa, não tinha que tirar um teste que a gente não tinha passado, não era?
The barbell waits
Opa!
patiently on the floor. Like
Vamos tentar esse teste de novo? Tamo aqui já, né? Instrumento físico, né? Bora. Já estamos com instrumento físico mais 2. Tem mais um. É, só tem esses mesmo. Bora. 8%.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
Não passei.
Like a dog for its master.
Vai dar merda isso aí, porque da outra vez a gente só levantou. Tudo bem, tudo bem.
You managed to hoist it off. See? See? This place is cursed.
Parece um pouco fora de forma, talvez.
Proper weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better grip.
Tudo bem, tudo bem. Tudo bem. Então, a parede de mapas é ali, né? Deixa eu só tirar essa lanterna da minha mão.
Several the maps look. This large map, ozone, disintegrate. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of. You can lost the ocean connection.
Qual que era o teste que eu não passei aqui?
The north to the east, Hudon. It's so no. This is somewhere to be. This is all you have, but it's still.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not? I'm sorry, they're quite that old from when some.
The place does not look like a.
They didn't get that far, for some reason.
O nome disso aqui é
Several maps
parede de mapa, é, ué.
to a
Qual que é esse teste? Ou eu passei ele agora?
alcove.
Parede de mapa.
Held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look. This large ozone disintegrate. In the northeast, a dust mite. You can lost the ocean connections. 850. The north to the east. Hudon. It's so no. This is.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might not. Yes, yes. Are you in?
Uai, esquisito, né?
Shelves full of bio.
Tudo bem, tudo bem. Mas deu algum bug. Ou eu não tô conseguindo ver algum teste que tem ali, né? Vamos lá, conversar com ela. Ei, musiquinha boa. Amiga, eu tenho filamento aqui se você quiser, se isso te ajudar em alguma coisa.
Yes, what is it?
Pesquisa não está indo bem, descobriu o forte revés e discutiu o FFR com os utilizando os dados. Sugestão 2. Sugestão, né? O que tem de sugestão aqui? Isso aqui. Tá legal.
Yes, what is it?
83, bora.
Easy.
Passei.
When her research is done, she can move out.
Escute, com relação à pesquisa, você disse antes que não está indo bem. Talvez eu possa te ajudar com alguma
What?
coisa?
No, I don't really need any help with
Mas se eu te ajudasse a finalizar o projeto, então você não precisaria viver em uma igreja ao lado do Bum Bum. Só leve isso em consideração.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace.
Ah, eu já tenho aqui.
Want to help. It's stored on a filament memory and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
É esse o filamento que você está procurando?
No. That's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Armazenado em uma unidade de memória filamento.
Okay, but still.
Que é uma cópia externa e por que você
It's
precisa
a
dela?
backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She's making it extra.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an offside copy, then why is it still on
Se é uma
the
cópia externa, então por que ainda está interna?
Oh God, not this again. It is not on site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at
basement? Sounds like it's technically still on site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored.
Sim.
We clear?
This
Sim.
is clearly a painful topic for her.
Seu velho local de trabalho, você se refere ao Forte Revés.
That's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Onde exatamente está a cópia?
There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
Tá bom. Tá bom.
Thanks. And here's my Kvalsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund. The
Kvalsund.
legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This
É um pé de cabra brutal, né? Pé de cabra avançado, um pé de cabra mais 2 se preferir. Construído por Kvalsund. Bora. Beleza, esse programador da frente está procurando. Aham, vamos lá. Tá vendo? Parei de mapa, até clico nele e... Olha lá. Onde que é essa porra desse trem, tá ligado?
the bear's eye, but where's the filament memory?
Ei, não consigo achar cópia externa em lugar nenhum. Olha os processos de
Someone
novo.
must have taken it. What does the note say?
O que o bilhete diz? A gente pegou esse bilhete, velho. Tem 500 anos.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker.
Beleza.
Please take it home.
Quem moveu o filamento? Mas quem?
Sulislav. Wasn't he one of Miss Luke
Sim.
who killed his co-workers? I remember coming across this name when we were reading.
Reveste minha memória. O que é uma memória de filamento? A gente já sabe o que é, velho.
Production schedule.
Quem é a criança ruiva analfabeta? Kuno.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory.
Você tem alguma ideia de onde a sorveteria congelada pode dele estar?
Didn't you see one? right next to the brake.
Sim. Era isso que eu tava achando que tinha alguma coisa pra eu fazer nesse trem lá. Que eu tinha que desligar o fio, tá ligado? Tá desligado há alguns dias já.
Orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank.
Vira a manivela do
Turning the
sorvete.
crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Tá bom, é instrumento físico. Divino. Isso vai ser complicado, viu? Que a gente já upou o trem. Terra solar da realidade é -2 instrumento físico. Caralho! Tá bom. É vermelho ou é branco? Vermelho, né? Se a gente não conseguir passar agora, a gente passa depois de conseguir passar esse negócio aí, né? Vamos lá. 17%. Vou salvar antes, né? Ih, não tem como salvar o jogo antes. Ah, tem. Só por questão de tempo, a gente podia fazer um save scan, né? Se a gente não passa. Já upou o suficiente. Não passou. Ah, eu tô com um pouco de pressa, velho. Eu acho que eu vou fazer... Vou carregar o jogo. Não precisa não. Certo? Vou salvar o jogo. É que a gente vê aqui depois. Não precisa a gente resolver isso agora, não. Vamos acabar por aqui? E volta depois. Tem que ir lá responder os treinos no Spotify. No Instagram, Spotify. Beijo pra vocês, gente. Até amanhã. Mesmo bate-hora, mesmo bate-local. Mentira, amanhã no horário normal. Hoje eu tive que entrar um pouquinho mais cedo. Valeu, Eric. Valeu, Atafakovski. Valeu, Thiago. Valeu todo mundo. Valeu todo mundo aí, ó. Beijo, fui.